afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's your Saturday afternoon date with Duke Ellington and the Blue Network in collaboration with the United States Treasury, with the cooperation of the American Federation of Musicians. Mr. James C. Petrillo, President, presents the music of Duke Ellington and his orchestra. Our number one this afternoon is a very magnificent composition. In fact, it was written especially by Duke Ellington on commission from Paul Whiteman, the Dean of Modern American Music, and it's called Blutopia. As I told you, ladies and gentlemen, at the opening of our broadcast, this is being broadcast in collaboration with the United States Treasury. And now here is Duke Ellington with a word or two for you. Duke?
Let's face it, boys and girls. The war's a long way from won, and it's even farther from winning the peace. Sure, the Nazi army is melting away like an ice cube in a cup of boiling water. But there's still the nips to account for. And it's a long, long trail to Tokyo, and after that, into China. What I'm driving at is this. There's still a tremendous job for us to do. By us, I mean every one of the 130 million people of America, in and out of uniform. We won't stop working, and we certainly won't stop paying for the war for a long, long time. The men in uniform will pay in their way, with sweat and blood and their interrupted lives. We at home have the privilege of staying home, of helping to plan the peace of the future, and of helping to pay for the supplies that will bring our Pacific forces to the victory that our European forces have just about won. So pitch in, won't you? Keep those war bonds moving into your hands and keep them staying there. That's our way of paying our share for victory.
Thank you very much, Duke Ellington. And now with our music friends, it involves a little tune titled Clementine and arranged by Billy Strayhorn, and it is very, very bouncy, so I'm told. A very charming young miss featured with the Duke Ellington Orchestra is Miss Joya Sherrill. Here she is to say that her heart sings.
All of a sudden, my heart sings when I remember little things. The way you dance and hold me tight, the way you kiss and say goodnight, the crazy things you say and do, the fun it is to be with you, the magic thrill that's in your touch. The your little laugh and half surprise. Starlight gleaming in your eyes. Remembering all those little things. All of a sudden my heart sings. All of a sudden my heart sings.
And now here is a comparatively new tune, all instrumental this one. It's titled Sentimental Journey. Now, friends, here is Albert Hibbler, well known with the Ellington Orchestra. He's going to sing I've Got It Bad and That Ain't Good.
Never treats me sweet and gentle the way she should. I've got it bad, and that ain't good. My poor heart is sentimental, not made good. I've got it bad, and that ain't good. And when the weekend's over and Monday rolls around. I end up like I start out, just crying my heart out. Lord above me, make her love me the way she should. I've got it bad, and that is good.
And now, friends, for a little mite of musical violence, Duke Ellington and his orchestra and the 3-cent stomp. Years ago, there was written a beautiful descriptive piece of music and offered by Duke Ellington. It's just as good today as it was then, so it bears a rehearing. The Black and Tan Fantasy.
La
And now here is an old one with a brand new dress. It's Blue Skies. Ladies and gentlemen, Duke Ellington and his orchestra are playing Blue Skies. That's not a new song, but the way the Duke and the boys play it, it's new all over again. And then, too, here's something that's not exactly new. You've heard it all before, but I must give it to you straight. So I say right now and here, buy war bonds. Back the fighting 7th War Loan to the hilt. That's simple enough, you know. You just walk up to a bond window in your bank, your post office, put your money on the line, and you've got your bond. I don't have to tell you what that money will buy for the war now or for you in 10 years. You know all of that. And there is even a simpler way of doing it. Go to the cashier where you work. Join the payroll saving plan. That's the painless way of buying war bonds. Little by little, payday by payday. Now, you think that over for a little while, won't you? While the Duke makes more music for you. This program is coming to you from New York. This is the Blue Network of the American Broadcasting Company. The Duke is on the air. Duke Ellington and his famous orchestra. We're offering our regular Saturday afternoon date with the Duke. Now we carry on with a group of 3 tunes written by Duke Ellington. They're in concerto form, and as you know, ladies and gentlemen, at this period on our broadcast each Saturday, Duke Ellington offers his own compositions that he has played in concert. We've already played for you his famous Perfume Suite and several excerpts from his Black, Brown, and Beige Suite. This afternoon, we have the 3 concertos, Passion Flower, Air-Conditioned Jungle, and Frantic Fantasy. Passion Flower is number 1. All right, Duke? That was Johnny Hodges with his alto saxophone and the selection Passion Flower. Now here is Jimmy Hamilton with his clarinet and Air-Conditioned Jungle. That was Jimmy Hamilton and his clarinet. Now here is Rex Stewart and his trumpet and Frantic Fantasy.
I'm beginning to see the light. This is Duke Ellington talking. A few minutes ago, Bill said, just walk up to a war bond window and put your money on the line. That gave me a thought. It's pretty easy walking up to a window at a bank or post office. You don't have to walk up Mount Suribachi on Iwo Jima to do your job, do you? And yet, every time you buy a war bond, you do as much for this nation's morale as those boys with their flag did on top of that mountain. Only you don't have to face Japs with mortars and machine guns to do it. So let me tell you this. Every time you buy another bond, you nail that flag on Suribachi tighter to its staff. You make certain it will never come down. So let's get going and drive a few war bond nails right away.
Well, now, Duke, I think it's just about time to give the folks listening in and all the folks here a little rhythm. So how about main stem? And now, folks, for another of those extra special vocal efforts by Joya Sherrill. This time, Joya's going to sing Everything But You.
a house with installments due, a letter with lots of X's, everything but you. You left me some beans from Boston, a bicycle built for two, a memory to get lost in, everything but you. Each day was so gay and so daring, I loved every breathtaking minute, for how could I know I was sharing a kiss without a future in it? You left me a dream to room with, a coffee pot from Peru, a knife and a fork to spoon with, everything but you.
Friends, you know of the dozens and scores of numbers that bear the Duke Ellington label, to be a very difficult matter to say which is the best or how much better this one is than that one. But anyway, this much we do know, that here is the Carnegie Blues, and it's good. And now we're going to hear from Ray Nance. His vocal offering is Jump for Joy.
Jump joy. Now don't you grieve, it will ease all the hounds I need. Have been killed, now when you will jump for joy. Have you seen pastures groovy, telling you green pastures was just technique of the belief. When you get up to heaven and you meet those St. Pete, build that boy jump joy. Step right in, give me some skin, jump joy. Oh, yeah.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's talk about waste for a moment or two. The Duke's music is much too good to waste, you know that. Anything good is too precious to be wasted, and important things like courage and lives certainly must not be wasted. Still, you in your safe homes can be guilty of wasting American lives. Ask yourself, isn't it true that if a man loses his life or a limb because he didn't have that extra bullet that would have killed the Jap who got him, it's somebody's fault that that bullet wasn't there? You've got to admit that. Now, who can we pin that on? On you, perhaps? Because every piece of equipment in this war starts on its way to the fighting fronts from the United States Treasury. If the Treasury doesn't have the money, someone doesn't get that extra bullet. If the Treasury doesn't have the money, perhaps someone didn't buy that extra war bond. Perhaps that someone is you. Shall I say more than a word to the wise is sufficient?
Now, this is Duke Ellington again to say we're proud to dedicate this program to the United States Treasury. Next week, we'll be back, the second in our special Treasury series. Same time, most of these stations from New York City. Until next week, remember that the Duke will be back with all the boys to remind you, nail that flag on Suribachi to its staff with an extra war bond. That goes for everybody. So long.
Friends, you've been listening to Duke Ellington and his orchestra, presented by the Blue Network in collaboration with the United States Treasury, with the cooperation of the American Federation of Musicians, Mr. James C. Petrillo, President. This is Bill Abernathy speaking. This is the Blue Network of the American Broadcasting Company.
The Duke is on the air. Good afternoon, everyone. This is John Slagle speaking to you from Detroit. The Blue Network of the American Broadcasting Company, in collaboration with the United States Treasury Department and the American Federation of Musicians, Mr. James C. Petrillo, President, presents the music of Duke Ellington and his orchestra. Now, right into our first tune this afternoon, and it's a little number called Teardrops in the Rain. Duke, if you please. Now our featured vocalist is Joyce Sherrill. Here's the tune, Everything But You. Duke?
A horse from Texas, a house with installments due, a letter with lots of X's, everything but you. You left me some beans from Boston, a bicycle built for two, a memory to get lost in, everything but you. Each day was so gay and so daring, I loved every breathtaking minute, for how could I know I was sharing a kiss without a future in it? You left me a dream to room with, a coffee pot from Peru, a knife and a fork to spoon with, everything but you.
Oh, thank you, Joyce Carroll. And now it's Duke Ellington and the orchestra. Oh, Duke, here first. He has a little something to say here. All right, Duke.
Thank you. Friends, they're coming back from the Pacific. They're coming back without legs, without arms, without eyes. The men who are winning this war for us. Every 60 seconds, one of them comes home. And what do they say? They say, this isn't just the way I expected to come home, but it's okay. I don't want any pats on the back or parades. Just a chance to get fixed up, that is, as much as I can, and get me a job. And they say, will you lend me a hand, me and all the other boys, just till we can get started, step out, and use our own game. Yes, these are the men who are winning the war. And to lend a hand, we've got to make our quota in the 7th War Loan Drive. That quota is $7 billion for individuals alone. A lot of money? You bet it is. But we have to raise it. We've got to smash the Japs and this horrible killing and have a final and total peace. We've got to buy double the war bonds we bought before, no matter what the sacrifice. We owe it to our fighting men. So all out for the mighty 7th War Loan.
And now back to the orchestra. Here's a little number called Perdido. And now we hear from Kay Davis. You Are But a Dream.
If you are but a dream, I hope I never waken. It's more than I can bear to find that I'm forsaken. If you're a fantasy, then I'm content to be in love with lovely you and pray my dreams come true. I long to kiss you, but I would not dare. I'm so afraid that you will vanish in the air. So, darling, if our romance should break up, I hope I never wake up. If you are but a dream. So, darling, if our romance should break up, I hope I never wake up. If you but
Thanks a lot, Kay Davis. Now here's a number featuring Junior Raglan on the bass. Little tune called Pitter Panther Patter. Duke, let's have it. Now here's a number that was taken from Duke Ellington's Black, Brown, and Beige, a tone poem, the history of the American Negro. It's called Emancipation Celebration. Now, here's Duke Ellington with a message from the Treasury Department.
Thank you. Germany surrendered, and we gave heartfelt thanks to God. But remember, friends, this war is only half won. To cross Japan will take time. It may take years, not months. It will take heroic, back-breaking effort and overpowering equipment. More of everything will be needed. More planes, ships, tanks, guns. And that's why the quota for the 7th War Loan Drive is bigger than ever before. $7 billion must be raised from individuals alone. We'll have to buy double what we bought before. For this drive is almost 2 drives in one. There won't be another drive until late fall. And we've got to put this one over the top. And how can we say no? Our men in the Pacific are asked for more, too. And it's easier to face our quota than to face cold steel, blindness, pain, and death. Every American must do his share, no matter what the sacrifice. Every American here at home must show he can take it the way our fighting men can take it. Remember, ours is far the easier part. So all out for the mighty 7th War Loan.
Now here's a number featuring Harry Carney and Otto Hardwick. It's I Should Care. Duke, get yours. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your Saturday afternoon date with the Duke. Duke Ellington and his famous orchestra. His music comes to you this afternoon from Detroit. This is the Blue Network of the American Broadcasting Company. In cooperation with the United States Treasury Department, the Blue Network of the American Broadcasting Company is presenting your regular Saturday afternoon date with the Duke. Duke Ellington and his famous orchestra playing to you from Detroit and featuring as vocalists this afternoon Joya Sherrill, Kay Davis, and Marie. Coming at you now, 3 original Duke Ellington arrangements. In a Sentimental Mood, It Don't Mean a Thing, and In My Solitude. Duke Ellington.
heart. Give that rhythm everything you've got. Don't mean a thing.
I sit in my chair. I'm filled with despair. There's no one to feel this with gloom everywhere. I sit and I stare. I know that I'll soon go mad in my solitude. I'm praying, dear Lord above, send back my love.
More lives, more legs, and arms and eyes. That's what our fighting men are being asked for. Here at home, we're being asked for more money. In the 7th War Loan Drive, Uncle Sam must have $7 billion from individuals alone. That means double what you bought before. The Japanese will fight to the last man and to the last grain of rice. It may take years to smash them, but we know it has to be done. We know it has to be done. Peace must come to this bloody war-torn world, and our fighting dollars must help to speed it. So dig down, friends, and dig down deep. Buy what you can afford to buy, and then buy more. It's the only way to victory. All out for the mighty 7th War Loan.
Now on with our date with the Duke Ellington and his orchestra. Let's listen to Subtle Slough. Well, here's a little number that doesn't need a lot of introduction. I think the introduction explains everything. Stand by for the Sea Jam Blues. A couple of numbers ago, in that tune, In My Solitude, you heard Albert Hibbler doing a swell solo job. Here he is back once again, and he sings, Don't You Know I Care. Albert Hibbler!
Don't you know don't you care to know? If you know I care, how could you hurt me so? Darling, you are part of every breath I take. Will you break my heart? I'll give my heart a break. I can't figure out what love's all about and where I fit into your scheme. Am I wasting time? Please tell me, 'cause I'm down to my last dream. Won't you please be fair? Love me or let me go. Don't you know I care? Or don't you care to know?
And now, another message from the United States Treasury Department. Here's Duke Ellington.
Friends, we have barely begun to wage full-size war in the Pacific, and so has Japan. It may take years, not months, to smash the Japs. That's why Uncle Sam needs $7 billion right now from you and me. That means buy double in the 7th War Loan Drive. Sacrifice, certainly. It will mean a sacrifice, but it's got to be done to support our men, to end the killing and get these boys back home. Americans don't flinch when they are asked to give their lives. Surely they won't flinch when they are asked to lend their money. Remember Saipan. Remember Iwo Jima. Remember Okinawa. Remember the casualties, the lives, the heroism. Then make it all out for the 7th War Loan.
Well, sort of hang on to things now because we're really going to jump. Here it is. Stomp, look, and listen. Duke, let's have it. ladies and gentlemen, that just about completes our date with Duke Ellington for this Saturday afternoon. Our featured vocalists were Joya Sherrill, Kay Davis, Marie, and Albert Hibler. This program is presented by the Blue Network in cooperation with the United States Treasury Department and the American Federation of Musicians, Mr. James C. Petrillo, President. Your announcer, John Slagle. This is the Blue Network of the American Broadcasting Company.
The Duke is on the air. The Blue Network of the American Broadcasting Company has the pleasure of presenting from Chicago another in a special series of musical programs dedicated to the sale of war bonds during the mighty 7th War Loan Drive, and made possible through the cooperation of the American Federation of Musicians, James C. Petrillo, President. Our guest stars today are Duke Ellington, America's top composer of jazz music, and his world-famous orchestra. In just a moment, the Duke will swing out with his first sizzler of the day, but during that moment, let's you and I consider the future, our future and our country's future. United States war bonds are the key to both. Yes, we can firmly cement the foundation of our own future by building with bonds. Each bond you and I buy today will pay us $4 for 10 years from now. Chances are that 10 years from now we can really use that money. We can use it to guarantee our children's education, to retire, to build a home, to start a business, or to provide for sudden emergencies. That's intelligent planning, to be financially prepared for the future. You see, war bonds represent a sound financial investment, an investment for your own future, even if they had nothing to do with your country's future, but they have. The war is being paid for with our bond dollars, being paid for in the most orderly and efficient manner. Bonds are helping to bring victory faster, and victory and our country's future are one and the same thing. Remember then, buy all the bonds you can afford for your future and for your country's future. Buy them now during the mighty 7th, and keep on buying them and hold on to them. And now it's back to the world-famous music of Duke Ellington and his orchestra, the tune number 1, it's Sugar Hill Penthouse, from the suite, the tone parallel of the history of the American Negro called Black, Brown, and Beige by Duke Ellington himself. Here it is, Sugar Hill Penthouse. There you have it. Sugar Hill Penthouse from Duke Ellington's own composition, Black, Brown, and Beige. And now here's a tune by the Duke and the Boys that really doesn't need any introduction further than the title. Suddenly It Jumps. And now here's the Duke with an important message. Duke?
Thank you. You know, friends, VE Day was really Mobilization Day in the war against Japan. For 3.5 years, we had been pushing back the frontiers of Japan's stolen empire with limited forces. Now we're ready for the knockout blow in the Pacific. Massive armies must be thrown against the homeland of Japan, and massive equipment will be needed. Equipment which has to be shipped over routes 3 times the length of our supply lines in Europe. All this helps to explain why the quota in the 7th War Loan Drive is more, much more, than ever before. Individuals alone are asked for $7 billion. It's a lot of money, but remember, it has to do a lot of work. And remember, too, that the sacrifices we make on the home front cannot ever match the sacrifices our American boys are making in the grim, grueling war against the Japanese. So dig down deep, all out for the mighty 7th War Loan.
Thanks, Duke. And now on with the music. Ray Nance hits the vocal spotlight with Duke Ellington and the orchestra, and it's Candy.
Candy, called my sugar candy, because I'm sweetheart candy, candy sweetheart me. She understands me, my understanding candy. Candy's always handy when I need sympathy. Now I wish that there were Oh, I could love much more of her. She has taken my complete heart. Got a sweet tooth for my sweetheart. Candy, it's gonna be just dandy. Day I take my candy, make her mine, all mine. Day I take my candy, make her mine, all mine, and candy sweet and mine.
And now it's the toy trumpet man, Rex Stewart, swinging out on the tune, A Friend of Yours. Thanks a million, Rex Stewart. And now here she is, everybody, that lovely lady of delightful lyrics, Joyce Sherrill, singing with Duke Ellington and the boys, Kissing Bug.
say that I'm the one you love. You swear by every star above. And then you kiss some other miss. You're nothing but a kissing bug. You promised that you'd take my hand and lead me to the preacher man. But now I find it's just a line. You're nothing but a kissing bug. You wouldn't, you couldn't be true if you tried. I've told you, won't scold you, 'cause I love you so much. You owe such and such. I'm gonna buy some bugaboo, and that will put an end to you. And then I hope I'll never, ever love another kissing bug. I'm gonna buy some bugaboo, and that'll put an end to you. And then I hope I'll never, ever love another kissing bug. Kissing bug.
Thanks a million, Joya Sherrill. Jump time now. You know, friends, hangovers usually aren't much fun. Here's one that is, though. Duke Ellington and Hollywood Hangover. stand by all the top polls in America as the nation's #1 saxophone player. Here he is, Johnny Hodges, playing Laura. And now, once again, friends, Duke Ellington.
Hospitals. Hospitals for our fighting men in the Pacific. General Somerville has said that we have to build and supply hospital facilities greater than those now available in New York and Chicago combined. And that, of course, is only one problem in our titanic struggle against the Japanese. V-Day must bring no letdown in our home front efforts. That's why the 7th War Loan Drive has by far the biggest quota yet. $7 billion from individuals alone. To many people, it will mean a real sacrifice to buy those bigger extra bonds. But we have to do it to smash Japan and get our men back home. They're sick of this war, too.
Ladies and gentlemen, from Chicago, the Blue Network of the American Broadcasting Company is presenting a full-hour program of dance music by Duke Ellington and his famous orchestra. Here we go with an old tune which is still popular, especially in a wonderful arrangement by the Duke in the shade of the old apple tree. How wonderful, wonderful indeed. Now here's a companion tune to Shade of the Old Apple Tree. Companion because they're both American. It's Frankie and Johnny, which besides being a wonderful song, is really become a part of American folklore. Here it is, Jam Routining by Duke Ellington and the boys, Frankie and Johnny. Yes, indeedy, Frankie and Tony and the Duke. Here it is. I'm beginning to see the light. Duke Ellington and his orchestra.
Burning sun, a mess of insects, too much ocean. Those boys over there in the Pacific must be thinking right now how nice it would be to be home. But tomorrow and tomorrow, they'll still be dodging bullets, still feeling lost in the middle of the night. Let us not forget those men. Let us remember that V.E. Day meant only the start of our terrific all-out battle against Japan. That's why the 7th War Loan Drive has a quota of $7 billion for individuals alone, a quota we've got to meet. We are asked to buy double what we bought before. And who can say no? No matter what our sacrifice, it cannot be as great as what our men are giving up, all out for the mighty 7th War Loan.
Swinging right on down the lane with the Duke now, it's Midriff. Duke Ellington plays the blues. Kay Davis and Al Hibbler to sing I Ain't Got Nothing But the Blues. Ain't got the change of a nickel. Ain't got no bounce in my shoe. Ain't got no fancy to tickle. I ain't got nothing but the blues. Ain't got no coffee that's perking. Ain't got no winnings to lose. Ain't got a dream that is working. I ain't got nothing but the blues. When troubles flare up, I keep my hair up. I just can't make it come down. Believe me, Pappy, I can't get happy since my ever-loving baby left town. Ain't got no rest in my slumber. Ain't got no feelings to bruise. Ain't got no telephone number. I ain't got nothing but the blues. I ain't got nothing but the blues. Here's that trumpet and fiddle man doing the vocal this time on My Honey's Lovin' Arms. Ray Nance, take it away.
Loving arms, they bring a world of charms, a place to nestle when I am sad and lonely. A cozy modest chair, oh what a happy pair, one caress, happiness seems to bless my pretty baby. I love you more each day. When years have rolled away, you know my love belongs to you only. 'Cause when the world seems wrong, I know where I belong. Right in my baby's love belongs.
And now, Duke, how about another short word with the folks?
Thank you. The Japs are tough. They won't surrender en masse the way the Germans did. They're willing to sacrifice 10 million men to win the war. Yes, we have a long and hard road ahead in the Pacific, but it's a road our fighting men will travel grimly, doggedly, bravely, to our victory at the end. Back them up on the home front. Keep the supplies rolling. Keep behind the 7th War Loan with every dollar you can possibly dig up. It's the biggest quota yet, $7 billion for individuals. For it's really 2 drives in 1. We have to raise the money. We have to smash the Japs. We have to get our boys back home, all out for the mighty 7th War Loan.
Thanks a million, Duke, for those very important words. And now let's go rockin' in rhythm. You've been listening to a special Blue Network program featuring the music of Duke Ellington and his world-famous orchestra, presented from Chicago and dedicated to the sale of war bonds during the mighty 7th War Loan Drive. This program was one of a series made possible through the cooperation of the American Federation of Musicians, James C. Petrillo, President.
The Duke is on the air. The American Broadcasting Company presents from Evansville, Indiana, another in a special series of programs dedicated to the sale of war bonds during the mighty 7th War Loan Drive, and made possible through the cooperation of the American Federation of Musicians, James C. Petrillo, President. And here, before an enthusiastic throng of servicemen and women from the Army, Navy, and Marine Corps, we bring you again today Duke Ellington, America's top composer of jazz music, and the members of his famous orchestra. The Duke sets the scene for this Saturday afternoon get-together with a jump arrangement of Back Home Again in Indiana. Home Again in Indiana with Duke Ellington. Now, by way of contrast, a sort of sad little tune called Blue Surge. At this point in the proceedings, not that he needs any introduction to you, your genial host for the afternoon, Duke Ellington.
There's a saying that an army is run on wire. That's because wire is often the only land means of communication. Stringing that wire was one of the toughest jobs in Burma, but it had to be done to complete the Stilwell Road, which now takes the place of the Burma Road. Yes, it was tough. The jungles are thick. There are monsoons. Bridges are washed out. There are landslides. There are also cobras and malaria and dysentery. But the road had to be built, and it couldn't be built without the wire. And the men of the 823rd strung that wire. All the men in that outfit are colored men. And I hope you folks will understand when I say I'm proud of them and the job they did. It's for men like that I'm buying those bigger, extra bonds in the 7th War Loan Drive. Men like that and thousands of others of every race and creed and color. It's for them I say all out for the mighty 7th War Loan.
Thank you, Duke. And now on with the dance. Joya Sherrill to our microphone to sing The Wish I Wish.
Wishing that I may, I'm wishing that I might have the wish that I wish tonight. I've told my lucky star the wish that I've made, and every time so far he's come to my aid. It may not be today, it may not be tonight, but I'm sure it will be all right. And maybe by tomorrow, if I wish with all my might, I might have the wish I wish tonight.
Joya Sherrill, that was swell. Comes now, Jumpin' Pumpkins. Listen for Sonny Greer at the drums. music by the Duke. Now here's one of those old standards, featuring the magic of the alto saxophone of Johnny Hodges and Lawrence Brown on the trombone. Listen to Sunny Side of the Street.
The cost of taking Okinawa is very high. High in equipment, high in men, high in money. And this is only one example of what it means to crush Japan. We're making great strides, but no one can predict when the end will come. And more money must be poured out to bring the Japanese to total defeat. That's why the 7th War Loan quota is the highest yet. Individuals alone are asked for $7 billion. To many people, it will mean a real sacrifice to buy those bigger extra bonds. But that sacrifice is our part in winning the war, so let's be proud to make it. Proud that we can help our fighting men who can't let up until the day of final victory. Let's dig down and dig down deep, all out for the mighty 7th War Loan.
That was Duke Ellington pleading with all of us to dig down and dig deep. On with the show now, and here's that tenor man, Al Sears, a tune called Cottontail. Evansville, Indiana, it's the music of Duke Ellington and his world-famous orchestra. This is the American Broadcasting Company. It's the music of Duke Ellington and his world-famous orchestra coming to you from Evansville, Indiana. Now to introduce the first number of our second half of our program, here is the Duke himself.
The first number in this program is A New World A-Coming. It's taken from Roy Ottley's book. We didn't try so much to probably describe the book and what is said in it as much as to try to describe the realization in anticipation of the beautiful things to come will have been enjoyed. A New World A-Coming. Bonds for mercy. Bonds for mercy. That's what you buy on the 7th War Loan Drive. You lend your dollars to help rebuild our fighting men. 40,000 wounded and sick veterans every month are coming home from the war. They must have the finest medical care. They must be nursed back to health. Some have lost arms and legs and eyes. They've lost self-confidence and must get it back. And those extra bigger bonds you buy will help to restore life and hope to the men who've been fighting for you. So lend to the limit. All out for the mighty 7th War Loan.
Comes now a little jump tune Duke Ellington calls Johnny Come Lately. Comes now a song by Kay Davis from Jerome Kern's Roberta. She sings Yesterday. Yes, it's music by Duke Ellington and his famous orchestra. Here's a title to intrigue you. Let the Zoomers Drool. You know what a Zoomer is? Well, the Duke tells me a Zoomer is a chronic moocher, you know. Got a cigarette, Pops? Here now is Let the Zoomers Drool. And here to say a few words, your host for the afternoon, Duke Ellington.
Our war leaders tell us that for total victory in the Pacific, Japan must be fully occupied. Every home island of the Japanese Empire must have to be taken by us. It will be a long and bloody task and an expensive one. We aren't asked to give our lives, but we are asked to loan our money. And it's a lot of money this time. $7 billion from individuals alone. If it means a sacrifice to you to buy that extra, bigger bond, think what our boys have done on Saipan, Iwo Jima, Okinawa. Think of the boys who went down on the carrier Franklin. Then, friends, you lend to the limit to crush Japan and end this war. All out for the mighty Seventh War Loan.
Thank you, Duke Ellington. On with the show now, here's an instrumental novelty called Boy Meets Horn. The horn is the trumpet, and the boy, you guessed it, Rex Stewart. You have been listening to a special American Broadcasting Company program featuring the music of Duke Ellington and his world-famous orchestra, presented from Evansville, Indiana, and dedicated to the sale of war bonds during the mighty Seventh War Loan Drive. This program was one of a series made possible through the cooperation of the American Federation of Musicians, James C. Petrillo, President. Speaking, this is the American Broadcasting Company.
Once again, this time from Akron, Ohio, the American Broadcasting Company presents in a series of programs dedicated to the sale of war bonds during this mighty Seventh War Loan Drive. And friends, made possible through the cooperation of the American Federation of Musicians, James C. Petrillo, President. Our guests are Duke Ellington, America's top composer of modern music, and the members of his world-famous orchestra.
Here now, the boys, what's solid stuff? What's solid stuff with Ray Vance doing the vocal on Jump for Joy.
Jump for joy. Now don't you grieve, little Eve. All the hounds I do believe have been killed. Now ain't you feel jump for joy? Have you seen pastures groovy? Telling you green pastures was just a technicolor movie. When you get up to heaven and you meet old St. Pete, feel that ball, jump for joy. Step right in, give Pete some skin, jump for joy.
Now, gang, look out now. Here it comes at you all at once. Here now, gang, is a bit of jungleistic jive called Coco. But wait now, here's a serious word from the Duke himself.
Friends, do you remember the 6 men who raised the flag on Iwo Jima? You've seen them in newsreels, read about them in the papers, thought about their heroic bravery. Of these 6 men, 1 is wounded, 3 are dead, 2 fight on. We can't do anything for those who died, but for those other 3, we can show our heartfelt gratitude and appreciation. We can do that by investing in bigger extra war bonds right now in the 7th War Loan Drive. Yes, every bond you buy helps to support our fighting men, helps to send them the weapons of war, helps to assure the security of peace. So dig down and dig down deep. If it means a sacrifice, we must feel proud to make it for our fighting men. Yes, remember the flag at Iwo Jima. Remember the men who raised that flag, and all out for the mighty 7th War Loan.
Here's Duke Ellington, the one and only Duke, and Coco. Hardwick and Harry Carney on the saxes do a little I Should Care. Duke Ellington. It's Joyous Cheryl now with a lifty tune. It's the Go Away Blues.
Go away blues, I don't want you no more. Go away blues, I don't want you no more. You're an awful bore and an eyesore. I don't want you no more. Go away blues, anywhere you choose. You're bad news. Go away blues. You've been faithful to me, a provider of a sadness. But my new recipe is for good old wholesome gladness. Go away blues, I don't want you around. Go away blues, you bring me down. You're not the one to have fun. Go away blues.
From coast to coast, it's the music of Duke Ellington, the one and only Duke. Here's the trumpet parallel now with Rex Stewart and Taft Jordan. It's Tootin' Through the Roof. something smooth and something soothing. Now, every hour in the hour with the alto sax, Johnny Hodges, the one and only. It's the vocal honors with Albert Hibbler. Take it, boy.
Every hour on the hour, I fall in love with you. Every minute on the minutes, another dream comes true. Every second that you near me, the thrill is still the same. For the first time I kissed you before I knew your name. We don't have to be together for me to feel your touch. Just the thought of you can make me want you so much. Every second, every minute, you're in my heart and there. Every hour on the hour, I fall in love again. Fall in love again.
Duke and his world-famous orchestra, and I'm beginning to see the light.
We have secured the last vital areas needed for development of Okinawa as a base. But it seems that a crushing defeat on the Japanese is never enough. It seems the campaign on Okinawa must go on until the last Japanese is defeated. The enemy troops who remain have no hope of victory, of reinforcement, or of evacuation. Yet they will probably fight on in fortresses and caves as long as they can. Life seems to mean nothing to the Japanese, and that's why it will take so long for total victory. That's why the 7th War Loan quota is so high. $7 billion is asked from individuals alone. It's a lot of money, but it has to do a lot of work. Our Marines and Army troops slogging through the mud of Okinawa deserve all our support on the home front. So let's give it to them. Let's go all out for the mighty 7th War Loan.
searched for moonlit skies. I never winked back at fireflies. But now that the stars are in your eyes, I'm beginning to see the light. I never went in for afterglow or candlelight on the mistletoe. But now when you turn the lamp down low, I'm beginning to see the light. Used to ramble through the park, shadow boxing in the dark. Then you came and caused the spark that's all on fire now. I never made love by lantern shine. I never saw rainbows in my wine. But now that your lips are burning mine, I'm beginning to see the light.
From Akron, Ohio, it's the music of Duke Ellington and his world-famous orchestra direct to you as a reminder that the mighty 7th War Loan Drive is almost over, but the war with Japan is not. This is the American Broadcasting Company. It's the music of Duke Ellington and his world-famous orchestra coming to you from Akron, Ohio, as a reminder that it's bye-bye to the war in the Pacific, it's bye bonds in America. Here's the one and only Duke Ellington from coast to coast with Bluebells of Harlem. Duke Ellington of Carnegie Hall fame with a piano solo on this swell number, Bluebells. You'll love it. is a bit of a jam session, so hold your seats and sit tight. Away we go on Body and Soul.
Those extra bonds you're buying are helping to win the war, but they're doing something more besides. They're bonds for mercy, money invested in the great task of rebuilding our wounded men. In spite of victory in Europe, increasing demands are being made on the medical services. The daily cost in dollars is enormous, and we must lend our money for the thousands of wounded and sick who are returning from the war to this country. They've given their all. Let's us give them new life and hope, all out for the mighty Seventh War Loan.
Coast to coast, it's the music of the one and only Duke Ellington. And now, by way of change, our vocal honors to Kay Davis as she sings The More I See You.
The more I see you, the more I want you. Somehow this feeling just grows and grows. With every sigh, I become more mad about you, more lost without you. And so it goes. Can you imagine how much I love you? The more I see you, as years go by, I know the only one for me can only be you. My arms won't free you. My heart won't try. Can you imagine how much I love you? The more I see you, as years go by, I know the only one for me can only be you. My arms won't free you. My heart won't
Say, Duke, step up here and let's clear up a few of these
Yeah.
personalities in the band. What do you say?
Personality. Billy Strayhorn was the arranger, you know, our arranger that was him playing the piano just a minute ago. Billy Strayhorn. And Speaking of the jam session that preceded In Body and Soul, the last three choruses were by Al Sid. The first chorus was by Ray Nance, trumpet, and Jimmy Hamilton, clarinet. And incidentally, ladies and gentlemen, I have just heard through our underground that our good friend and great announcer, Mr. Leslie Fitzgerald, today, just a while ago, was married and came directly here to this broadcast after his marriage reception. And
Well, I'll tell you, Duke, after all, I was just married, but we had a war bond show here, and we got a war bond drive on, and that is important.
Well, look, there's one thing we want to clear up. We know that you were married, and you went to the reception, and you rushed over here, and for the last 2 hours you've been working on this program and the preparation of it. And what we want to know is, what is the first thing you're going to do after this program?
Well, I tell you, Duke, the first thing I'm going to do after this show is get out there in the lobby of this theater and buy myself a bigger and better war bond.
Oh, fine. Thanks.
Thank you, friends, and now it's the Duke, the one and only Duke Ellington, and a little subtle jive. It's called What Am I Here For? Here now is America's #1 alto sax man, Johnny Hodges, and a sweet, sweet tune, Warm Valley. And now, friends, a few serious words from a swell guy and a great American, Duke Ellington.
Friends, U.S. combat casualties in this war have passed the 1 million mark. For the thousands of dead, we can do nothing. But for the wounded, we can do everything. We can nurse them back to life and hope. We can give them the chance to get on their own 2 feet again. We can, and we must, and will. Every extra bond you buy in the 7th War Loan Drive helps by just that much. Helps to give your fighting heroes a chance to live again. So lend to the limit. All out for the mighty 7th War Loan.
Here's Duke Ellington and the band now with a swell tune, The Jumpy Stumpy Jones. You've been listening to a special American Broadcasting Company program featuring the music of Duke Ellington and his world-famous orchestra from Akron, Ohio, dedicated to the sale of war bonds during this mighty 7th War Loan Drive. This program was one of a series made possible through the cooperation of the American Federation of Musicians, James C. Petrillo, President. Leslie Fitzgerald speaking. This is the American Broadcasting System.
This is your Saturday afternoon date with the Duke. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, it is the pleasure of the American Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with the United States Treasury and Mr. James E. Petrillo, President of the American Federation of Musicians, to bring you your Saturday afternoon date with the Duke. None other than America's celebrated Duke Ellington at the piano with his wonderful orchestra. This afternoon, we've got a swell program for you during the next 58 minutes or so lend us your ears. And first, we're going to hear Caravan, an original with a little Spanish tempo to it. All right, Duke? And there it is, ladies and gentlemen, Duke Ellington's Caravan. It's your Saturday afternoon date with the Duke and his orchestra, coming to you from New York. Here's a pretty little thing. It's sort of new, too. I think you're going to like it. It's called Fickle Fling.
We interrupt our regularly scheduled program to bring you a special bulletin. Kansas City. President Truman has just announced the appointment of James F. Burns as United States Secretary of State, succeeding Edward R. Stettinius, Jr. This bulletin came to you from the American Broadcasting Company's New York newsroom. We return you now to our regularly scheduled program. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this Saturday afternoon brings us almost to the close of this current 7th War Loan Drive, but that by no means means that any of us should stop buying bonds. And for that particular reason, here is Duke Ellington with a very special word for you. Duke?
Thank you. The Japanese are not licked yet. Now they've developed a speedy new type of fighter plane manned by skillful pilots. These new enemy planes are so fast they can run away from American corsairs. No, this won't change the final outcome of the war, but it's one more proof that Japan intends to fight to the finish. One more proof that we've got a long, bloody job on our hands. One more proof of the fact that it's going to take billions of dollars for us to crush Japan. So lend to the limit in the 7th War Loan Drive. The quota for individuals alone is $7 billion. If it means a sacrifice to buy those bigger extra bonds, remember Saipan, Iwo Jima, Okinawa. Remember the men who are over there fighting and dying for us. Then you'll say, all out for the mighty 7th War Loan.
Thank you, Duke. And now, while you're taking your place at the piano again, I know our folks here and all over the country are going to be delighted in hearing the voice once again of Joya Sherrill. She's going to sing a very delightful little song called The Kissin' Bug.
Star above, and then you kiss some other, miss you nothing but a kiss. You promised that you'd take my hand and lead me to the preacher man. But now I find it's just a line. You're nothing but a kissing bug. You couldn't be true if you tried. I told you, won't scold you, 'cause I love you so much. You owe such and such. I'm going to buy some bugaboo, and that'll put an end to you. And then I hope I'll never, ever love another kissing bug. And then I hope I'll never, ever love another kissing bug. Kissing bug.
Oh, that was fine, Sawyer. You know, friends, one of the greatest old tunes that you'll find in any orchestra's books is Honeysuckle Rose. So here it is, and Jimmy Hamilton with his clarinet, Honeysuckle Rose. And the American Broadcasting Company is sending you coast to coast the music of Duke Ellington and his celebrated orchestra. You know, when they talk of alto saxophone players, well, Johnny Hodges' name is always up there amongst the Big Ten. So here he is, and it's Daydream. Johnny, that was very, very pretty. Well, it's a little bit on the tepid side in New York this afternoon, boys and girls, so don't get too excited about this tune because it's really a humdinger. Here's the Duke's own version of the 1 o'clock jump. Well, ladies and gentlemen, during the past several weeks and right up to this very moment, Americans individually have invested more money than the country ever heard of before for one specific purpose. And I'm going to ask Duke to come over to the microphone once again to tell you just what that purpose is. Duke?
Thank you. Friends, somewhere in your neighborhood, across the street, off the block, there's a baby boy named Junior. Junior was born while his father was overseas fighting. And he's never yet seen his dad. All over America, there are juniors like that. And every extra war bond you buy helps to speed the day when Junior's dad can come back home. Those war bonds help to build and ship a steady stream of equipment which our men must have to crush Japan and end this war. So dig down and dig down deep. The quota for individuals in the 7th War Loan Drive is $7 billion. You are asked to buy double what you bought before. To many folks, it will mean a real sacrifice, but it must be done to speed victory. It must be done to get our men back home. All out for the mighty 7th War Loan.
Thank you, Duke. And now I think it's just about time that we brought into the stage another young lady of your orchestra, Miss Kay Davis, and she's going to sing There's No You.
I feel the autumn breeze. It steals across my pillow as soft as the will o' the wisp. And in its song there is sadness because there's no you. The lonely autumn trees, how softly they're sighing, for summer is dying. They know that in my heart there's no gladness because there's no you. The park that we walked in, the garden we talked in, how lonesome they seem in the fall. The stormy clouds hover and falling leaves cover our favorite nook in the wall. In spring we'll meet again. We'll kiss and recapture the summertime rapture we knew. And from that day, nevermore will I say, there's no you. While frost glistens on my window pane, wood fires burn upon the hill, leaves turn rust, and I must sing the love song I remember It steals across my pillow as soft as a will o' the wisp.
Very sorry, Kay, to interrupt you. Ladies and gentlemen, you listen to Duke Ellington's orchestra coming to you from New York. This is the American Broadcasting Company. Ladies and gentlemen, the American Broadcasting Company is sending coast to coast the music of Duke Ellington and his orchestra, and it's coming to you this afternoon from New York. At the present time, the Duke and boys are playing There's No You. And now here's another tune that is quite familiar in the Ellington Library, little riff staccato. Riff staccato. Or rather, I'm going to make a little change here, Duke. I think right now we ought to have those 4 tunes by Billy Strayhorn, don't you think? Come 5:30 in New York. So here they are, friends. Chelsea Bridge, I Want Something to Live For. Marie will sing. Clementine, that's the Duke's own selection. In fact, all four of them are the Duke's own selection of the Strayhorn Library, and number 4 will be My Little Brown Book. So, Duke, there's 4 tunes. Chelsea Bridge, I Want Something to Live For, Clementine, and My Little Brown Book. Okay? And just another word, friends, before we hear this group of 4, Billy Strayhorn is our special guest this afternoon and is now seated at the piano to play those 4 tunes.
life, an adventurous dream. Oh, what wouldn't I give for someone who'd take my life and make it seem gay as they say it ought to be. Why can't I have love like that brought to me? My eye is watching the noon crowds, searching the promenade, seeking a clue to the one who will someday be mine, something to live for.
That extra bond you buy is a bond for mercy. The Army's evacuation of wounded and sick personnel from the war theaters to this country has reached the rate of 40,000 a month. Each patient in Army and Navy hospitals stays an average of 45 days at $5 a day. Many of these men must rebuild their entire lives, and we must help them do it. There's one reason the quota for the 7th War Loan is so high. $7 billion from individuals alone. But we can't do it, and we will. All out for the mighty 7th War Loan.
with a silver binding. How it keeps reminding me of a memory that's haunting me, and some quiet nook I go to its pages and peruse this ageless tale of a love that failed to ever become true. On this page is the date of that fateful night at 8 when I found we were no longer in love. After that, there's nothing more, just a dark and futile door that shuts out the stars above. In my little book, I inscribed your heart vows. But since we're apart now, this and that last sweet kiss is all that's left of you. Is all that's left of you.
And there, ladies and gentlemen, 4 selections written by Billy Strayhorn, and incidentally, they are Duke Ellington's own choices of 4 of his very best tunes. Billy was at the piano for this afternoon, and thanks very much, Billy Strayhorn. And now here's a little tune that I mentioned a while ago, but we didn't get a chance to do it right then. Ray Nance is going to sing Rip Staccato.
Sharpie is your motto. Play a hot staccato. Atto, make a rip staccato. Stop an obligato. No ad-lib vibrato. Tone, drag us with your corny lips. You're strictly on it, nowhere, kid. Otto, lose that old legato. we're not playing lotto. Big for grip, staccato.
Well, friends, the American Broadcasting Company is bringing you this music coast to coast, and of course, it's none other than Duke Ellington's music. And now, here's one from the Black, Brown, and Beige suite, one of Duke's originals, a very lovely thing called Carnegie Blues. Duke Ellington's Carnegie Blues. Now, here's Joy Sherrill once again, and a very, very fine song, I'm Beginning to See the Light.
the moonlit skies. I never winked back at fireflies. But now that the stars are in your eyes, I'm beginning to see the light. I never went in for afterglow or candlelight on the mistletoe. But now when you turn the lamp down low, I'm beginning to see the light. Used to ramble through the park, shadow boxing in the dark. Then you came and caused a spark that's a full on fire now. I never made love by lantern shine. I never saw rainbows in my wine. But now that your lips are burning mine, I'm beginning to see the light.
In the fierce war against Japan, our men give their lives. They give their legs and arms. They give their sight. They battle inch by bloody inch for every tiny Pacific island. And they can't let up until Japan is totally defeated. Here at home, we are only asked to lend our money. And surely that's little enough for us to do when we think of what they are doing. So don't flinch at the amount Uncle Sam asks you for. Double the bonds you bought before. Let us be proud to make a sacrifice to support our fighting men. All out for the mighty 7th War Loan.
Well, Duke, it's getting along towards closing time now, and we still have another selection. You know, friends, this afternoon before broadcast time, I asked the Duke what this new tune was all about. I'd never seen or heard of it before, and he says, just tell him it's absolutely mad. So, old King Doogie is absolutely mad. And so, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the conclusion of another Saturday afternoon date with the Duke. Duke Ellington and his celebrated orchestra coming to you from New York this afternoon, sent to you by the American Broadcasting Company in cooperation with the United States Treasury and Mr. James E. Petrillo, President of the American Federation of Musicians. We sincerely hope that you enjoyed our broadcast this afternoon and the messages from Duke Ellington himself in reference to the current 7th War Loan Drive. And remember, friends, it's not too late, so buy that extra bond tonight. This is Bill Abernathy speaking. Program came to you from New York.
This is the American Broadcasting Company.
This is your Saturday afternoon date with the Duke. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, it is a pleasure of the American Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with the United States Treasury and Mr. James Petrillo, President of the American Federation of Musicians, to give you your Saturday afternoon date with the Duke. Duke Ellington and his celebrated orchestra coming to you this afternoon from Radio City in New York. Just having heard the A Train, leave us here now, Bluebells of Harlem, Duke Ellington's own tune. folks, as you probably know, this is your Saturday afternoon date with the Duke. Duke Ellington and his orchestra, and this afternoon a very special program because it is an all-request program. From Maine to California, from Florida to Washington, all over the United States, folks have been writing in to ask Duke to play special tunes. So we have them this afternoon in great numbers. Comes to you from New York this afternoon, incidentally, presented by the American Broadcasting Company. You know, one of the shining lights in Duke's orchestra is Jory Sherrill, a very lovely girl. She's going to sing for you now a very popular tune. And all of us are beginning to see the light.
I never cared much for moonlit skies. I never winked back at fireflies. But now that the stars are in your eyes, I'm beginning to see the light. I never went in for afterglow or candlelight on the mistletoe. But now when you turn the lamp down low, I'm beginning to see the light. Used to ramble through the park, shadow boxing in the dark. Then you came and caused the spark that's a alarm fire now. I never made love by lantern shine. I never saw rainbows in my wine. But now that your lips are burning mine, I'm beginning to see the light. I never made love by lantern shine. I never saw rainbows in my wine. But now that your lips are burning mine, I'm beginning to see the light.
Well, friends, lo, these past Saturday afternoon, for many weeks, we've been presenting the music of Duke Ellington. Two ideas in mind. One, to bring you America's best dance music. The other, to just suggest that you might buy an extra war bond. All of us have bought bonds, but all of us have got to buy more bonds. So here is the Duke himself to ask you to do just that. Duke?
General Henry H. Arnold, commander of the Army Air Forces, promises complete and utter destruction of every Japanese industrial city in the next 12 months. If Japan wants it, said General Arnold, pounding his fist on the table, by heaven, Japan is going to get it. We're going to dump 2 million tons of bombs on Japan, more than the total that was dropped on Germany. Yes, friends, that's our intention. Every time we buy a war bond, every dollar that's saved from your pay to go towards buying another war bond means contribution toward the bombing of Japan. But we're not being vindictive. It's what the Japs have coming to them for their sneak attack on Pearl Harbor. Yes, and their atrocities in the Far East. But we're not making this mighty effort to punish the Japs. We're doing it to safeguard our own future. We're going to make it impossible for the Japs ever to attack anyone again. We're going to try to safeguard the world and ourselves from future wars. That's why you must buy every war bond you possibly can. Remember that and buy another war bond tomorrow.
Well, friends, just as the Duke said, 2 million pounds of bombs cost an awful lot of money. So let's dig down and dig deep. Let's have an orchestra tune now. And can't you read between those lines? Friends, here are 3 tunes, the duplicate of which does not exist. They're all Duke Ellington's tunes. That's the answer. Diminuendo in Blue, Carnegie Blues, and Crescendo in Blue. asked for it, that Ellington Trio in Blue, Diminuendo, Carnegie, and Crescendo. Well, friends, at the beginning of our broadcast, we asked you to do something because you have asked us to do something. You asked us for this program. We asked you to buy that extra bond. Be it only $18.75, it's an extra bond. Buy the biggest that you can, and here's Duke Ellington to tell you why.
You read plenty in the newspapers about our big battles. Cassino, Normandy, the Rhine, Iwo Jima, and Okinawa. You hear about hundreds of planes dumping thousands of tons of bombs on Japan. American superiority in equipment, American numbers of tanks, landing craft, massed batteries of artillery have thus far done every job they set out to do. But how about the little battles? How about the mopping up operations of Luzon, Mindanao, and in Burma? A man gets killed just as dead by a jet bullet, even if the skirmish never makes the headlines. Give these men that fight the little battles every bit of fine equipment as those in the invasion first waves. Help make sure that there's enough first-class equipment to go around by buying bonds. Give all of our servicemen all of the best by buying war bonds.
Thank you very much, Duke. And now back to music, folks, and when we talk about alto saxophones, there's one man that hits the headlines. That's Jimmy Hodges, and he's going to play Mood to Be Wooed. Ladies and gentlemen, you're listening to your Saturday afternoon date with the Duke. Duke Ellington and his celebrated orchestra coming to you from New York. This is the American Broadcasting Company. This is your Saturday afternoon date with the Duke. Duke Ellington and his celebrated orchestra coming to you this afternoon from Radio City in New York. Presented in cooperation with the United States Treasury, Mr. Petrillo, President of the American Federation of Musicians. Mr. Ellington, I believe you have a very special word to say about this next batch of music that's coming up here to our microphone and all the folks from coast to coast and border to border. And friends, lend us your ear because it really is and truly a beautiful thing. Duke Ellington.
Thank you very much, Mr. Abernathy. The Perfume Suite is written by my writing companion, who you hear at the piano at the moment, Billy Strayhorn, and myself. We didn't try to describe the various commercial labels we find on perfumes as much so as we did try to capture the character the women we know seem to take on wearing certain perfumes. We divided it into 4 categories. Love, the pure type, violence, naivety, and sophistication. These numbers come in that order. First is the under the balcony type of love. Then next, Albert Hibbler takes the rugged Romeo vocal in Strange Feeling. Naivety is represented by Dances in Love, sometimes known as a stomp for beginners. And finally, William Anderson in the trumpet solo representing sophistication, that sort of feeling when women seem to be over and above everything, just frightfully grand. That we call coloratura, the perfume suite now.
This strange feeling is seeping through my blood. This strange feeling is sleeping somewhere cuddled up inside me. I know it will guide me where I am. This strange feeling is dashing through my head. This strange feeling is crashing like the red, red wrath of thunder. It leaves me to wander through I don't know where. I walk, I try to do so without leaving. I talk and someone answers from the ceiling. This strange feeling stares me like night. This strange feeling is sleeping all my life, so that I can't stop this savage ravaging all this strange feeling.
Well, there it is, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, coast to coast, Duke Ellington's celebrated perfume suite. You asked us to do it for you. There it is. Now we're going to ask you to do something. Here is Duke Ellington to tell you why. Duke?
We know what we can do and intend to do to the Japanese, but the average Japanese doesn't know it. He's hopped up with propaganda from the Gumatsu, the military clique that runs Japan. They tell him that no matter how many little islands the Japs lose, they can't lose the war because the Americans cannot invade the mainland. They tell him that no matter how many men we land, the Japs can throw a bigger force against us. And what happened to the Germans doesn't discourage the Jap, because he believes fanatically in the superiority and tenacity of the Japanese fighting man. He thinks the Germans were second-class fighters. So you see what we're up against. You see that we've got to throw in such a vast superiority of armament that the Japs simply cannot withstand us. Buy another war bond tomorrow and help to increase the weight of that armament. Help to supply one more tank. Help to put one more case of hand grenades ashore. Help, too, to send more medical equipment. Our men must have it when the landings in Japan commence. Put every spare dollar in war bonds. Back the men in the Pacific to your absolute limit.
Thank you very much, Duke Ellington. And you know, as well as all of the rest of us Americans know, we are sending thousands of boxes of hand grenades to the Japs, one by one, for each Jap. Let's have an orchestra tune now, a little rhythmic thing called Hollywood Hangover. young lady affectionately called Marie sings our next song, and I don't mind.
I don't mind, I'll take a chance. Perhaps I'll find some sweet romance. So stand a bit closer, 'cause I don't mind. I don't mind the ache and pain, though love is blind and so insane. So give me your hand, dear, 'cause I don't mind. I thought perhaps I could cheat love, maybe break a few hearts and then run. But now I know I can't beat love. I'll take the good with the bad, the sweet with the sad. I don't mind the ice and snow, the tears of brine that make love go. So kiss me again, dear, 'cause I don't mind. I don't mind the ice and snow, the tears of brine that make love go. So kiss me again, dear, 'cause I don't mind.
Well, thank you very much, Marie. Well, folks, you know this is an all Duke Ellington program, or rather, that is, lots of the tunes were written by the Duke, and most all of them arranged by the Duke. Here's one that was not written by him, but arranged. That is the difference between what you have heard and what you're about to hear. So, Duke, ring them bells.
ba. Ba-dat bat Buddha. Bat Lord Babado. Ba ba. I am Babble Babble. Abdi Bobby. Abdi Yamba.
Well, folks, we're a little bit tight for time. We've been on the air almost an hour, and here is the Duke's last tune called Things Ain't What They Used to Be. We thought you'd like to hear most all of it, so here it is. Folks, I just want you to listen to what the head man has to say about Japanese soldiers and Japanese chances to win the war. Premier Suzuki says, and I'm trying to mimic a Jap accent, there is the whole world difference between the German soldiers and the Japanese army and people who are only too willing to die in action for the cause to which they believe. Well, that doesn't make any sense because we Americans know what we are doing. Sounds as if the Japs are pretty cocky, doesn't it? Sounds as though they really think that they can throw us back into the sea when they try to land on Jap islands. Well, they can't do it. And here's some more genuine Suzuki. We're in a position to concentrate on all points forces 5 times or even 10 times larger than the enemy invasion forces. Well, maybe they can. More men, perhaps, but not nearly as well equipped, friends. War bonds is what we need. We've got to buy more and more and more. Buy war bonds today, tomorrow, and every day that you possibly can. Friends, you've been listening to Duke Ellington and his orchestra coming to you this afternoon from Radio City in New York. This is Bill Abernathy speaking, inviting you to be with us again next Saturday afternoon. This is the American Broadcasting Company.
Broadcasting Company brings you the music of Duke Ellington and his orchestra. These programs are made possible through the cooperation of the American Federation of Musicians, James C. Petrello, President. Well, now, here's a song popular about 50 years ago, played by the Duke and the Boys in the shade of the old apple tree. the old apple tree. A song now sung by lovely Joya Sherrill with the band, The Kissin' Bug. All right, boys.
You say that I'm the one you love. You swear by every star above. And then you kiss some other miss. You're nothing but a kissing bug. You promise that you'd take my hand and lead me to the preacher man. But now I find it's just a line. You're nothing but a kissing bug. You wouldn't, you couldn't be true if you tried. I told you, won't scold you 'cause I love you so much. You know such and such. I'm gonna buy some bugaboo, and that'll put an end to you. And then I hope I'll never, ever love another kissing bug. I'm gonna buy some bugaboo, and that'll put an end to you. And then I hope I'll never, ever love another kissing bug. Kissing bug.
Joya Sherrill singing that time, The Kissin' Bug. Now, friends, here is the Duke himself, Duke Ellington.
Thank you. Some American troops from the European theater of war are going direct from Europe to the Pacific. Give these men and the millions who will follow the best possible equipment, and in quantity that would overwhelm the Jap. Buy more war bonds. Make it possible for our men to overwhelm the Japs by inflicting the maximum of damage on the enemy in the least number of casualty to themselves. Buy an extra bond tomorrow. Make it possible for some of those troops now en route direct to the Pacific to come back to America sooner. Buy every war bond you possibly can. And make sure that your friends and neighbors are buying bonds to their limit, too.
Very nice thought, Duke, a very nice thought. And now, a song dedicated to all the fellows who play bugles all over the world, played by Duke Ellington and the orchestra. Bugle Breaks. Well, now here's a friend of yours, Rex Stewart, to play on the trumpet, A Friend of Yours. A friend of ours for life, Rex Stewart playing on the trumpet, A Friend of Yours, from the great John Allen. Here's a song from Black, Brown, and Beige, played by the Duke and the Boys, the West Indian Dance. happens when we do the West Indian dance. And right now, our program notes say that Duke is going to play for you next, Tonight I Shall Sleep. And to sing the words for us, Albert Hibbler.
May I interrupt you?
Oh, you sure can, Duke. What goes?
No, that's Billy Strayhorn playing Tonight I Shall Sleep because he just bought a $1,000 war bond.
Well, fine.
But I'd like to say something more. You know, we got Okinawa, and now I wonder what's ahead. What's in store for our boys on the next stop to Japan? And the next, and the next. One hates to think of it. One hates to think that our boys will have to go through another Okinawa before Japan is licked. And yet, that's it. Death and insufferable pain, all the way to Japan. But what can we do about it? We can pray, but more than that, we can buy war bonds. We can buy more and more war bonds. Don't think that won't help. War bonds are our weapons, the civilians' weapons. Buy war bonds, friends. Join your payroll savings plan, and if you already belong, boost your buying, and whenever you get a bond, hold on to it.
Thanks, Duke. We'll surely buy those war bonds tomorrow. Here's Billy Strayhorn now playing Tonight I Shall Sleep.
Tonight I shall sleep with a smile on my face, dreaming of this thrill. Once more around midnight you will whisper, you'll miss me. You kissed me right out of this world when you kissed me. Tonight I shall dream that someday wrapped in your embrace. It's you, only you, my heart is bound. So please don't push me off this cloud. Tonight I shall sleep with a smile on my face.
Our thanks to Albert Hibbler for vocalizing that time on Tonight I Shall Sleep. Here's some good sound advice now given by the Duke and the boys. Stomp, look, and listen. Duke Ellington and the orchestra comes to you today from Boston. We're going to have more for you in just a moment. This is the American Broadcasting Company. From Boston, the American Broadcasting Company has presented the music of Duke Ellington and the orchestra. Oh, thank you, Duke. It seems that last year there was a contest between Downbeat, Magazine, Esquire, and Metronome, and the first selection in the program of the second half of Duke Ellington's music is a medley of 3 songs, Downbeat Shuffle, Esquire Swank, and Metronome All Out. Now, the fellows who were very fortunate and good also fine players to win that contest are as follows: Harry Kearney, Johnny Hodges, Lawrence Brown, Ray Nance, Billy Strayhorn, Rex Stewart, and Duke Ellington. It says down here number 2 means twice. Very good, Duke. So here's that fine medley of 3 songs, the Downbeat Shuffle, Esquire Swank, and Metronome All Out. That was the first of our medley, the downbeat shuffle. And now here comes the Esquire Swank. Medley of these three songs, the Esquire's Swank. And now, the metronome all out. Okay, boys.
You can't pick up a newspaper without reading a casualty list. You ask yourself, when? When is it going to end? When will our boys stop dying? There are questions that can torture you, and yet we all know that someday it will end, someday after victory. Things will be normal again. And we know, too, that by buying war bonds, by diligently buying war bonds, we draw closer to that end. So it's up to us, every one of us, to continue buying war bonds, to buy them without let-up. That's our bid for the day when there'll be no casualty list. Buy war bonds.
Thank you, Duke. Friends, these programs are made possible through the cooperation of the American Federation of Musicians, James C. Petrillo, President. Now let's finish out this metronome all out. Wonderful friends, a 15-minute medley of Downbeat Shuffle, Esquire Swank, and Metronome All Out. Now Kay Davis sings, If You Are But a Dream.
If you are but a dream, I hope I never waken. It's more than I can bear to find that I'm forsaken. If your fantasy that I'm content to be in love with lovely you, and pray my dreams come true. I long to kiss you, but I would not dare. I'm so afraid that you will vanish
Thank you, Kay Davis. You are agreeable. Now, the imaginary world of music for Blutopia. Song composed by our friend Johnny Mercer, played by Duke Ellington and the Boys. Candy, sung by Ray Nance.
Called my sugar candy because I'm sweet on candy. candy sweet on me. She understands me, my understanding candy. Candy's always handy when I need sympathy. Now I wish that there were four of her, so I could love much more of her. She has taken my complete heart, got a sweet tooth, oh my sweetheart candy, gonna be so dandy. Day I take my candy, make her mine, all mine. Day I take my candy, make her mine, all mine, and candy sweet had mine.
Thank you, Ray Nance, for candy. And now, the Duke himself. All right, Duke.
Thank you. The money we now...
Right over here, Duke. The money we now earn? Fine. We're just talking about war bonds,
That's what I was
friends,
going
you
to
bet.
say, yes. The money we now earn, a very important subject. The money we now earn, we want to keep. There's a home we want, a boy's education. A lot of things we can do with that money when the time is right. So, friends, save your money. Save it in war bonds. By saving it, we'll help to keep prices down, and by keeping prices down, we'll help to lick inflation, and we'll help our men give the knockout punch to the Japs sooner. Save your money. Save it in war bonds.
The finest investment in the world, friends, and thank you very much, Duke. Now, to close our show, a very long rendition of Main Stem, a jump number. From Boston, the American Broadcasting Company has brought you the music of Duke Ellington and his famous orchestra. These programs are made possible through the cooperation of the American Federation of Musicians, James C. Petrillo, President. Don't forget, next week, 5 o'clock, same time, over these same stations, music by the Duke Ellington and the orchestra. Lucian Dumont speaking. This is the American Broadcasting Company.
The Duke is on the air. From beautiful Marshfield on the Atlantic coast, the American Broadcasting Company presents music by Duke Ellington and his famous orchestra. These programs are made possible through the cooperation of the American Federation of Musicians, James C. Petrillo, President. Now to open the show, here's a light bounce number captioned In Mellotone.
in the microphone spotlight now appears lovely Joya Sherrill. Joya tells about the wish I wish tonight.
Wishing that I may, I'm wishing that I might have the wish that I wish tonight. I've told my lucky star the wish that I've made, and every time so far he's come to my aid. It may not be today, it may not be tonight, but I'm sure it will be all right. And maybe by tomorrow, if I wish with all my might, I might have the wish I wish tonight.
Yes, indeed, the wish I wish tonight. Now, coming to the microphone, here is your host, Duke Ellington, with a word from the United States government. All right, Duke.
Friends, if inflation ever came to town, you know what you'd be doing. A dollar bill would be worth so little, you could light your cigar with it. But friends, inflation is never coming to town. Not so long as we keep prices down. Not so long as we save our money and save it in war bonds. Yes, war bonds. They not only help fight the war against Japan, but they're helping to lick inflation. To keep saving, friends, keep saving in war bonds. You pay $18.75, you get $25. A Rock of Gibraltar investment. Sound as Uncle Sam himself. That's war bonds.
Thank you, Duke. And now let's see. A stands for take the A train. B for a boogie woogie. And C for, that's right, B-Jam Blues. And the soloists are Ray Nance, violin, Taft Jordan, trumpet, Al Sayers, tenor sax, Joe Manton, trombone, and Jimmy Hamilton, clarinet. Yes, indeed, really fine. Now, here's a new song composed by Jimmy Hamilton, Ultraviolet. that was Jimmy Hamilton's Ultraviolet. And now, speaking of the alphabet, Kay Davis says, there's no U.
I feel the autumn breeze. It steals off my pillow as soft as a will-o'-the-wisp. And in its song there is sadness because there's no you. The lonely autumn trees, how softly they're crying, for summer is dying. They know that in my heart there's no gladness because there's no you. The park that we walked in, the garden we talked in, how lonesome they seem in the fall. The stormy clouds hover and falling leaves cover our favorite nook in the wall. In spring we'll meet again. We'll kiss and recapture the summertime rapture we knew. And from that day nevermore will I say there's no you. While frost glistens on my window pane, wood fires burn upon the hill, leaves turn rust, and I must sing the love song I remember still cross my pillow as soft as a will-o'-the-wisp. The park that we walked in, the garden we talked in, how lonesome they seem in the fall. The stormy clouds hover and falling leaves cover our favorite nook in the wall. In spring we'll meet again. We'll kiss and recapture the summertime rapture we knew. And from that day nevermore will I say there's no you. There's no you. There's no you
Now, from the Ellington masterwork, Black, Brown, and Beige, we hear this dance entitled Emancipation Celebration. From the original composition by Duke Ellington of Don't Get Around Much Anymore, Al Hibbler adds the words to Don't Get Around Much Anymore.
Mr. Saturday dance at the crowd of the floor. I couldn't bear it without you. Don't get around much anymore. Invited on day, might have gone, but what for? Awfully different without you. Don't get around much anymore. Darling, I guess my mind's more at ease, but nevertheless, why stir up memories? Been invited on days, might have gone, but what for? I couldn't bear it without you. Don't get around much anymore.
Let the Zoomers rule. I thought the Duke was going to tell us more about the word Zoomers, but I guess, here he comes, fine and dandy. Duke, what does it all mean?
Well, a Zoomer is one who is always borrowing something that someone else has, like during the shortage of cigarettes, they say, I left mine. Can I have one of yours?
Sure thing.
He is a Zoomer.
Righto.
So the motto today is to let the Zoomers drool.
Right. Fine, boys. Let the Zoomers drool, then.
Broadcasting Company is sending your way music by the Duke. Yes, from coast to coast, it's music of Duke Ellington and his famous orchestra. We'll continue over most of these same stations in just a few seconds. This is the American Broadcasting Company. From beautiful Marshfield on the Atlantic coast, the American Broadcasting Company presents music by Duke Ellington and his famous orchestra. Back in 1935, Duke Ellington composed this beautiful song which he now plays, reminiscing in tempo.
Just about 12 minutes that time of Duke's own composition, reminiscing in tempo. This next tune is one we're sure you'll all like. Listen to Everything But You.
We are on our way, Americans. We've got Okinawa, and we've got the Philippines again. From now on, we're going to sock the Jap where it hurts most. Right at home. We're going to hit him again and again. We're going to hit him so much, he'll be sorry he ever got the idea of Pearl Harbor. Those are Uncle Sam's intentions. But the action, the punch, that's up to us. The more war bonds we buy, the more sock we'll show the Japs. So come in. Let's load the arms of Uncle Sam with dynamite. Let's give him the sock that'll smash Japan. Let's back him up with war bonds. More and more war bonds.
Now, here's a good workout on Everything But You. No, Duke? Oh, something else. Fine. Let's see what we have in the program notes here. Oh, no wonder we couldn't guess as a jungleistic jive entitled Coco. That takes it for Coco. Here's a good mood to be in. That is, besides being in a pleasant mood, the mood to be wooed. One of America's favorite all-time tunes is Tea for Two, composer Vincent Youmans, performers Duke Ellington and the orchestra. That time on the muted trumpet, Taft Jewett. Now here's your host, Duke Ellington.
You've heard of the PSP, the Payroll Savings Plan. Well, that PSP also means PS prosperity. Yes, it does. Prosperity for Americans, because when war bonds, prosperity for Americans, because these war bonds that you buy through the Payroll Savings Plan will help keep the dollar at its true value after the war. They'll mean prosperity for you, the individual, because those war bonds will provide a come-in-handy nest egg. So, friends, keep those three letters in mind. PSP, Payroll Savings Plan. PS, Prosperity. If you save your money in war bonds and hang on to them for the future.
Thank you, Duke. Now to close our program, the Duke and all the boys give out with Blues on the Double. the Atlantic coast, the American Broadcasting Company has brought you coast to coast the music of Duke Ellington and his famous orchestra. These programs are made possible through the cooperation of the American Federation of Musicians, James C. Petrillo, President. Listen next week, 2 minutes past 5 Eastern Wartime, for more music by the Duke and his orchestra. Lucien Dumont speaking.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is your Saturday afternoon date with the Duke. Well, once again, ladies and gentlemen, it's Saturday afternoon, and it's your date with the Duke, sent to you coast to coast by the American Broadcasting Company in cooperation with the United States Treasury and Mr. James C. Petrillo, President of the American Federation of Musicians. This afternoon, our program comes to you from Hartford, Connecticut. This is Bill Abernethy speaking. We invite you to be with us now for the next solid hour with Duke and all the boys and girls. First, we're going to hear Teardrops in the Rain. Celebrated orchestra. Now here's another fairly new tune. Harry Carney's going to sing for us with his baritone voice. He gives us the lyrics to Frustration.
We interrupt this program to bring you a special bulletin. Washington. The Senate has just overwhelmingly ratified the United Nations Charter, thereby binding the United States in a partnership of 50 nations to preserve world peace after the present war. I repeat, the Senate has just ratified the United Nations Charter, becoming the first of the Big Five to formally approve the San Francisco Act for World Peace. This bulletin has come to you from the American Broadcasting Company newsroom in New York. We now return you to our regularly scheduled program.
That was Harry Carney with his baritone saxophone. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as you know, undoubtedly know, that these programs are offered in cooperation with the United States Treasury in its nationwide sale of war bonds. And here is Duke Ellington with the word to the wise about bonds. Duke?
Thank you. When you get to thinking the war is over, just put yourself in the shoes of an American in a Jap prison camp. Imagine his thoughts if you can. And if you can, imagine his weariness and his hopelessness. If you think the war is over, he thinks life is over. And remember, you are both Americans who started in this war at the same time, who started fighting for the same things. One of you is wrong. And it isn't the American in the Jap prison camp. No, the war isn't over. It isn't over until every captured American is liberated and every Jap has surrendered. Remember this when you are asked to buy war bonds, and then buy all the war bonds you can. War bonds. That's your fighting side of the war. And now, it's not the time to stop. So keep buying war bonds. More and more and more. Keep buying them until Japan is really smashed. War bonds.
Thank you, Duke. Now, friends, here is a very lovely lady to sing for you, Joya Sherrill, and the tune is Everything But You.
You left me a horse from Texas, a house with installments due, a letter with lots of X's, everything but you. You left me some beans from Boston, a bicycle built for two, a memory to get lost in, everything but you. Each day was so gay and so daring, I loved every breathtaking minute, for how could I know I was sharing a kiss without a future in it? You left me a dream to room with, a coffee pot from Peru, a knife and a fork to spoon with, everything but you.
And now here's something that's quite special. As a matter of fact, it's called the 920 Special. Okay, Duke? mighty fine rhythm. Well, here's something very pretty now, folks, called Moon Mist. And there, friends, we've just heard in solo Ray Nance with his violin, Johnny Hodges with his alto saxophone, and Lawrence Brown trombone. And now we had some rhythm just a little while ago, so time about here is where we're going to have some more. This one is called Rockin' in Rhythm. Yes, sir, we're really rocking in rhythm, Duke. I think you earned just a little bit of a rest right there, so I think you should come over to the mic. Mr. Ellington. Yes. You want to talk to the folks coast to coast? We only have about 3.5 minutes before we have a station break, so suppose you get in here now.
Righto, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, when Germany gave up in Europe, Japan was not weakened. That's something we must get into our good American heads and keep there. Japan was and is fighting a lone war. If anything, the defeat of Germany strengthened her, for she is now fighting with fury and determination, with an all-around better perspective. All this means that our boys still have a hard, tough road ahead of them. And it means that we've got to keep backing them with war bonds, more and more war bonds, until they've got the might and power to push the Japs clear off this map. So keep buying war bonds, all you possibly can, now.
Thank you very much, Duke. And now, friends, here is Albert Hibbler to sing Every Hour on the Hour.
Every hour on the hour, I fall in love with you. Every minute on the minute, another dream comes true. Every second that you're near me, the thrill is still the same. For the first time I kissed you, before I knew your name. We don't have to be together for me to feel your touch. Just the thought of you can make me want you so much. Every minute, every second, you're in my heart, and then every hour on the hour, I fall in love again.
Ladies and gentlemen, the American Broadcasting Company, on behalf of the United States Treasury, and Mr. James C. Petrillo, President of the American Federation of Musicians, is sending you this music coast to coast. It's Duke Ellington and his orchestra. This is the American Broadcasting Company. This is your Saturday afternoon date with the Duke. And again, we greet you, ladies and gentlemen, from Hartford, Connecticut, this Saturday afternoon. The American Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with the United States Treasury and Mr. James C. Petrillo, President of the American Federation of Musicians, send you the music of Duke Ellington and his celebrated orchestra. Gentlemen, is one of the most beautiful musical treats we could possibly concoct for you this Saturday afternoon. Here are 6 big hit tunes of Duke Ellington's own pen, In a Sentimental Mood, Sophisticated Lady, Caravan, In My Solitude, Black Beauty, and I Let a Song Go Out of My Heart. There you are, in the order named. And there, ladies and gentlemen, a marvelous assembly of Duke Ellington hits. And now, Duke, if you'll rest your fingers for just a moment and step over to the microphone, I'd like to have you talk to the folks all over the United States. Friends, Duke Ellington.
Thank you. Friends, the war bonds you buy do three important jobs. They deliver the goods for our fighting men, they provide for your future, and they help prevent inflation. One of these reasons should induce anyone to buy war bonds, but all three reasons should induce all of us to buy them. So how about it? They help fight the war, help secure your future, help keep the dollar stable. How about buying some more war bonds?
Well, thank you, Duke. And now, friends, here is Rex Stewart with that magnificent trumpet of his. I think he can play just about as high a tone as anybody in the country. So let's hear him play trumpet in spades. Rex Stewart and Duke Ellington and his boys. That's just too much out of this world. Well, this ought to be interesting, too. The title says just a sittin' and a rockin'. And that, too, is also mighty, mighty fine. Our soloists were Al Sears, Ray Nance, and Joe Mathson. Now, here's Joya Sherrill once again. This time she sings the Go Away Blues.
Go away, blues. I don't want you no more. Go away, blues. I don't want you no more. You're an awful bore and an eyesore, so I don't want you no more. Go away, blues. Anywhere you choose. Your bad news. Go away, blues. True, you've been faithful to me, a provider of sadness. But my new recipe is for good old wholesome gladness. Go away, blues. I don't want you around. Go away, blues. You bring me down. You're not the one to have fun. Go away, blues.
The Go Away Blues, just sung by Joya Sherrill. And now, Duke, it's getting along towards closing time, about 6 minutes, something like that, so suppose you have just another word or two with our coast-to-coast audience.
Just a word, thank you. A penny saved is a penny earned. And, friends, if it's saved in war bonds, it's much more than a penny earned, considerably more. It can be a life earned. Yes, the war bond you buy can save the life of some boy now fighting in the Pacific. It can save that life by providing war equipment at just the right moment, by providing medical aid at just the right moment. And it can save that life and many, many lives more by helping to cut short the war. A war bond saved, a life earned. And the good work doesn't stop there. Money saved in war bonds is also ammunition against inflation at home. It helps keep prices down and the dollar stable. So, friends, keep saving, keep earning by buying war bonds. Join your payroll savings plan. If you've already joined, boost your savings. Keep buying war bonds.
Thank you, Duke. And now, friends, here's a fancy bit of rhythm that everybody is crazy about, done in the Ellington style, the 1 o'clock jump. friends, it looks like time is just about up. We've been having lots of fun and some wonderful dancing music with Duke Ellington and his orchestra this afternoon on your regular Saturday Date with the Duke, sent to you by the American Broadcasting Company in cooperation with the United States Treasurer and Mr. James C. Petrillo, President of the American Federation of Musicians. This is Bill Abernethy saying so long, and be with us next Saturday afternoon for your Date with the Duke. This is the American Broadcasting Company. And now this is your Saturday afternoon Date with the Duke. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, it is the pleasure of the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations to bring you your Saturday Date with the Duke, Duke Ellington and his internationally famous orchestra. As you know, these programs are sent to you with the cooperation of the United States Treasury and Mr. James C. Petrillo, President of the American Federation of Musicians. And now, friends, as you listen or as you dance or as you just listen, remember it's time to buy more war bonds. And also it's time to listen to the Duke dancing in the dark. date with the Duke, ladies and gentlemen, Duke Ellington and his celebrated orchestra. You know, during the past several months, there have been several of the trade magazines that have taken polls on the most popular orchestras and the best played music and all sorts of angles they go into. And with 3 of those particular publications, the Duke has been on top or practically on top. So close there was hardly any difference. So, Duke says the only thing I can do is to write a tune for each one of them. So here's the first one of them, the Downbeat Shuffle. Downbeat Shuffle, written by Duke Ellington and dedicated to Downbeat Magazine. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you know, there's terrific business going out there in that Pacific Ocean. So that's what these broadcasts are for, to remind you that we have terrific business on our hands. Here's my good friend and yours, Duke Ellington, to tell you more about it. Duke?
Friends, there is peace in this world. There is eternal peace. Resting over the long rows of white crosses in the cemeteries of our war dead. Yes, those men gave all they had, and thousands more are fighting on, offering all they have. They can't give up until Japan is crushed. And to help crush Japan, we at home must continue to buy war bonds. Buy a bond from every paycheck. Buy it and keep it. Do it for the sake of the men who have died for us. Do it for your country. Do it to smash the Japs.
Thank you very much, Duke Ellington. And now here's Albert Hibbler to sing a little song titled Tonight I Shall Sleep.
Tonight I shall sleep with a smile on my face, dreaming of this year. Once more around midnight you'll miss me. You kissed me right out of this world when you kissed me. Tonight I shall dream that someday wrapped in your embrace. It's you, only you, my heart is bound. So please don't push me off this cloud. Tonight I shall sleep with a smile on my face.
Albert Hibbler, vocalist, and Johnny Hodges with his alto saxophone. And now here's the second in that group of three of tunes that were played by men in the country in the musical business. This one is written for and now dedicated to Esquire, called Esquire Swank. call on one of the feminine stars of the Ellington organization. Miss Kay Davis going to sing for a romantic thing called the Creole Love Song. you, Kay Davis. That was beautiful. And now it's about time to listen to Larry Brown's trombone, a little ditty titled, I Miss Your Kiss. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, here is Duke Ellington to give you a word or two about why these broadcasts are brought to you each Saturday afternoon at this time. Duke?
Our wounded veterans are coming home, sailing up the harbor while all the whistles blow. It's a glorious moment for those men. But don't forget, thousands of them are coming home to a hospital. They need the very finest medical care. And our money must help to pay for it. That's one reason we cannot let up in our bond buying. Those men have been wounded fighting for us. We must help to bring them back to life and happiness. So buy bonds and buy more bonds. They're helping to smash the Japs. And you're buying bonds for mercy for our wounded men.
Each Saturday afternoon at this time, the American Broadcasting Company sends you coast to coast the music of Duke Ellington and his orchestra, sent in cooperation with the United States Treasury and Mr. James C. Petrillo, President of the American Federation of Musicians. This is the American Broadcasting Company. Ladies and gentlemen, from coast to coast, this is your Saturday afternoon date with the Duke. Duke Ellington and his internationally famous orchestra, sent to you by the American Broadcasting Company in cooperation with the United States Treasury and Mr. James E. Petrillo, President of the American Federation of Musicians. We've been on for half an hour now, and here's another half an hour coming right up, and at this time each week, you know, we send you a group of tunes that are famous in the Library of Ellington. This afternoon, we have 4 of them, featuring several members of the orchestra, instrumentally, and the numbers are Passion Flower with Jimmy Hodges as an alto saxophone, Frantic Fantasy with Rex Stewart and his famous trumpet, Air Conditioned Jungle, Jimmy Hamilton with his clarinet, and Sunny Side of the Street with Lawrence Brown and his trombone. All right, Duke, we're all a-listening. Thanks very, very much. And friends, in solo, you heard Johnny Hodges, Rex Stewart, Jimmy Hamilton, and Lawrence Brown, who just exactly that. And now, ladies and gentlemen, way back yonder in our program, we played two tunes that the Duke had written and dedicated to trade publications or a magazine that had chosen him as the outstanding leader in his particular field. Well, we still have another one, and here it comes up right now, dedicated to Metronome. It's called Metronome All Out. And now, folks, I think it's about time we listen to Joya Sherrill. She's going to sing a little ditty titled Everything But You.
You left me a horse from Texas, a house with installments due, a letter with lots of X's, everything but you. You left me some beans from Boston, a bicycle built for two, a memory to get lost in, everything but you. Each day was so gay and so daring, I loved every breathtaking minute, for how could I know I was sharing a kiss without a future in it? You left me a dream to room with, a coffee pot from Peru, a knife and a fork to spoon with, everything but you.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, just before closing time, I want Duke Ellington to say one more word to you about the importance of that extra war bond. Duke?
The Japanese are a tough enemy, and they're a distant enemy. They have a tough army, vast manpower reserve, a population used to living on next to nothing, and we have to keep on fighting until Japan admits total defeat. We cannot give the Japanese warlords a chance to plot another sneak attack like Pearl Harbor. That's why we must not let down on the home front. We must buy bonds. If you already belong to the payroll plan, do your best to boost your buying. It's the way to speed the day of peace, the way to get our men back home.
And with these few remaining moments, here is Duke at the piano and all the boys in Solid Old Man. program time is just about caught up with us, so we must say so long until next Saturday afternoon. You've been listening to the music of Duke Ellington and his celebrated orchestra, brought to you by the American Broadcasting Company in cooperation with the United States Treasury, and Mr. James C. Petrillo, President of the American Federation of Musicians. Be with us next Saturday along about 2 minutes past 5 for another session with Duke Ellington and his grand orchestra. Bill Abernethy saying so long. This is the American Broadcasting Company. This is your Saturday date with the Duke. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is Bill Abernethy speaking. And once again, it is the pleasure of the American Broadcasting Company in cooperation with the United States Treasury and Mr. James C. Petrillo, President of the American Federation of Musicians, to bring you the music of that celebrated orchestra, Duke Ellington and all the boys. Well, let's get off to a good start, Duke. And it says here, what am I here for? So let's hear some music. This is your Saturday date with the Duke, Duke Ellington and his grand orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, here's another tune for which the Duke is quite famous and is titled Blue is the Night. Joya Sherrill is here to sing after a brief message from Duke Ellington. Duke, come over and tell the folks what this is all about, won't you?
Yes, I certainly will be very glad to. Look, what are you looking forward to most after the fall of Japan? A home of your own, a car, a cross-country trip? You can have one, or even all of these things, if you save for them now. And the best way of saving is by investing in United States war bonds, because you get back $4 for every $3 you invest. Yes, friends, it wouldn't take long with regular purchases of war bonds to have your own down payment for your home, for your car, or your vacation. So keep on buying war bonds and keep the bonds you buy.
Thank you, Duke. Never a truer word was said. And now, friends, here is Joya Sherrill to sing The Wish I Wish.
I'm wishing that I may, I'm wishing that I might have the wish that I wish tonight. I've told my lucky stars the wish that I've made, and every time so far he's come to my aid. It may not be today, it may not be tonight, but I'm sure it will be all right. And maybe by tomorrow, if I wish with all my might, I might have the wish I wish tonight.
And now this next selection features Johnny Hodges with his alto saxophone and Lawrence Brown with his trombone. His title is Someone. Ladies and gentlemen, you're listening to the music of Duke Ellington and his orchestra, sent to you by the American Broadcasting Company in cooperation with the United States Treasury and Mr. James C. Petrollo, President of the American Federation of Musicians. This is the American Broadcasting Company. And this is your Saturday date with the Duke. And once again, another good afternoon to you all, coast to coast, because we resume our program now with Duke Ellington and his celebrated orchestra, sent to you through the courtesy of the American Broadcasting Company in cooperation with the United States Treasury and Mr. James C. Petrollo, President of the American Federation of Musicians. And now, Duke, if you're willing, we're all got wide open ears to hear Rex Stewart play Harlem Airshaft. Jack Stewart. And now here is Kay Davis going to sing a little song, Out of This World. All right, Kay? Friends, for the wonderful news that's coming out of the Pacific, I think a word right here from our good friend Duke Ellington would be very fitting. So, Duke, do a paragraph or two there.
Gladly. When you see pictures in the papers and movies of our returning heroes, your heart beats high with joy and gratitude. But remember, it's just as important now to buy war bonds as ever before. The money end of it is up to us. But buy war bonds from every paycheck and keep them. We owe it to our boys. We owe it to our country.
This next tune, ladies and gentlemen, was written by Billy Strayhorn, who has long been associated with Duke Ellington, and he often relieves him at the piano, as he did just a moment ago. It's called Midriff, and that number is one that got most votes in one of the recent polls, and Billy has been awarded several medals, as a matter of fact, for his magnificent arrangement. So Duke Ellington and all the boys in the band playing Billy Strayhorn's Midriff. you have it, Billy Strayhorn's Midriff. Now here's Joya Sherrill to sing for us once again. This song is titled Everything But You.
You left me a horse from Texas, a house with installments due, a letter with lots of X's, everything but you. You left me some beans from Boston, a bicycle built for two, a memory to get lost in, everything but you. Each day was so gay and so daring, I loved every breathtaking minute, for how could I know I was sharing a kiss without a future in it? You left me a dream to room with, a coffee pot from Peru, a knife and a fork to spoon with, everything but you.
Now, this next tune features Sonny Greer with his Hot Chimes. It's a good modern idea of an old spiritual, and the title is Ring Them Bells. So, Sonny, ring them bells. And now here's Johnny Hodges once again with his alto saxophone. And Johnny's in a mood to be wooed. Thank you, Johnny Hodges. That was very, very pretty. And now, friends, with just a moment or two before closing time, I think another word or two from Duke Ellington would be quite in order. Duke?
Thank you. Some of our wounded veterans spending long days and nights on hospital beds might be thinking that it's easier to buy war bonds than it is to fight. And if they are thinking that, they're right. We don't have to hide in foxholes. We don't have to bomb Tokyo. We don't have to spend our lives shut up in submarines. All we have to do is lend our money to our country. So let's keep right on doing it. Buy war bonds and buy more bonds. The war with Japan has been long and tough. Our part towards victory is an easy part. So, friends, keep buying war bonds and hang on to them.
And now, Duke, with just about a minute, 50 seconds playing time left, let's have a portion of that black, brown, and beige tune, Emancipation Celebration. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we've had our Saturday afternoon date with the Duke. Duke Ellington and his celebrated orchestra sent coast to coast for your dancing and listening pleasure by the American Broadcasting Company in cooperation with the United States Treasury and Mr. James C. Petrillo, President of the American Federation of Musicians. Join us again next Saturday afternoon for your date with the Duke, won't you? This is Bill Abernathy inviting you. This is the American Broadcasting Company.
It's the music of Duke Ellington, presented by the American Broadcasting Company with the cooperation of the American Federation of Musicians, James C. Petrillo, President. As you dance or as you just listen, remember that there is still an urgent need for you to buy another victory bond. Now here he is, Duke Ellington and his orchestra.
And to open our show today, excerpts from Black, Brown, and Beige, a tone parallel to the history of the American Negro, written by Duke Ellington himself. The opening portion is the work song theme. Duke? Ladies and gentlemen, here is Duke Ellington himself with a kindly word for every one of you. Duke?
Did you ever walk through a veterans hospital? Do you ever see some of the boys who come back from the Pacific? It's a sight to break your heart. The war is over for these boys, but it's up to us to see that their life isn't over as well. It's up to us to see that they're made whole and hearty again. That means we've got to give them the best medical care and attention that money can buy. That's where bonds come in, victory bonds, to bring these boys back to health, normal living. Yes, the victory bonds you buy are helping restore a boy's sight, helping him to walk, to use his hands again. And in many cases, the victory bonds you buy are helping his mind to heal. So, friends, keep buying victory bonds, more and more bonds. They're bonds of mercy, and we can't let up. Not now. Keep buying victory bonds.
Thank you, Duke Ellington. Now to continue from Black, Brown, and Beige, written by the Duke himself, the blues portion, and our little vocalist whom we call Marie.
The blues ain't nothing. The blues ain't nothing but a cold gray day. And all night long it stays that way. Ain't something that leaves you alone. Ain't nothing you wanna call your own. Ain't something with sense enough to get up and go. Ain't nothing like nothing I know. The blues don't know. The blues don't know nobody as a friend. Ain't been nowhere where they're welcome back again. Low, ugly, mean blues. But a black crepe veil ready to wear. Sighing, crying, feel most like dying. The blues ain't nothing. the blues ain't the blues.
We are presenting excerpts from Black, Brown, and Beige, a tone parallel to the history of the American Negro, written by Duke Ellington. That portion from Black, Brown, and Beige was the West Indian Dance. And now I think it's just about time that we have a word again from Duke Ellington.
Thank you. What I would like to know is, what do your post-war plans include? Are you looking forward to the time when you can move out of your apartment into your own newly built house in the suburbs, complete with a new refrigerator, electric stove, dishwasher, television receiver, all sorts of new gadgets? Are you planning to buy a new car and go on a long motor trip with your spouse and youngster? You'll be able to buy many wonderful new things soon as our factories start manufacturing them. But we all know that they'll still cost money. So be smart. Start making a down payment on the future now by putting your money in the world's best investment, United States Victory Bonds. For every $25 you invest, or for every $75 you invest in E-bonds now, you'll get back $100 when they mature, or a nice profit of $25. Buy an extra Victory Bond today and hold on to the Victory Bond you buy.
And now, Duke, for the last portion of Black, Brown, and Beige, I think we ought to have a little word about the rest of it from the composer himself. How about it?
Thank you. The last is, at first, we introduce the spiritual theme and develop a part that shows the very close relationship between the spiritual and the work song. First is the work song.
Brought you excerpts from Black, Brown, and Beige, a tone parallel to the history of the American Negro, written by Duke Ellington. It's been the music of Duke Ellington, presented by the American Broadcasting Company, with the cooperation of the American Federation of Musicians, James C. Petrillo, President. We'd like to remind you that there's still an urgent need for you to buy another Victory Bond. And now, to some of you, we'll say goodbye until next Saturday, and to others, why, just stay with us, because we'll be back with you in just 30 seconds. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. Here he is, and in person, the Duke himself. Duke Ellington, presented by the American Broadcasting Company with cooperation of the American Federation of Musicians, James C. Petrillo, President. As you dance or as you just listen, remember that there's still an urgent need for you to buy another Victory Bond. Now here he is, Duke Ellington and his orchestra, getting away with a good sultry bounce. Subtle Sluff.
once again, Duke Ellington has a message for you.
What is a dollar? It's something that can buy a couple dozen eggs, a couple of dozen marbles. That's right, a couple dozen marbles. That could be just about what you could buy if inflation ever got the upper hand of things. And if inflation could do that, oh, yes, it could. If all of us kept spending our money any which way, if we kept pushing the prices to the sky, inflation would take over and you could take your dollar and get your marbles. But it won't. No. Not as long as we keep saving our money in victory bonds. That's the big protection against inflation. Victory bonds. All the victory bonds you can possibly buy. That will help keep those prices down and your dollar worth now. So keep buying victory bonds. Victory bonds to beat inflation.
All right, Duke Ellington, and now here's one that the Duke has streamlined for 1945 size. It's an oldie. It features Al Sears on the sax, Brother Anderson on the trumpet, and Blue Sky. Duke, it's been large. It really has. Now, no program would be complete without the Duke's version of The Little Blues. I Ain't Got Nothing But the Blues, and it features Al Hitler and Kay Davis in the vocals. Duke?
worth a change of a nickel. Ain't got no bouncing machine. Ain't got no fancy to tickle. I ain't got nothing but the blues. Ain't got no coffee that's perfect. Ain't got no winnings to lose. Ain't got a dream that is working. I ain't got nothing but the blues. When trumpets flare up, but keep my hair up, I just can't make it come down. Leave me, Pappy, I can't get happy since my ever-loving baby left town. Ain't got no rest in my slumber. Ain't got no feelings to bruise. Ain't got no telephone number. I ain't got nothing but the blues. I ain't got nothing but the blues.
Now here's one that we picked up on the half shell. Rain Ann sings it, and Duke Ellington plays it. It's the auto riff staccato.
To make a riff staccato, top beat is the motto. Play a hot staccato. To make a riff staccato, not an obligato, no ad-lib vibrato. Drag us with your comic lips. You're strictly on ain't nowhere, kid. I don't lose that old staccato with not very lotto. Take a real staccato.
Now, I understand that you have a few words to say about this next number. It's called the Bugle Break, right? What is it?
No, I want to invite Rex Stewart. Would you give us a little bugle, please? A little bugle, please. You're making yourself too much at home. Come off the racetrack. A little toward the military. The military. The military. Please eliminate some of the foreign accent. Come on home again. Now, give it to me. All right. Here we go again.
Now comes one joyous Cheryl to sing for you. Duke Ellington and the orchestra and a medium bounce. Kissin' Bug.
You say that I'm the one you love. You swear by every star above. And then you kiss some other miss. You're nothing but a kissing bug. You promised that you'd take my hand and lead me to the preacher man. But now I find it's just a line. You're nothing but a kissing bug. You wouldn't, you couldn't be true if you tried. I told you, won't scold you, 'cause I love you so much. You owe such and such. I'm gonna buy some bugaboo, and that will put an end to you. And then I hope I'll never, ever love another. gonna buy some bugaboo, and that will put an end to you. And then I hope I'll never, ever love another kissing bug. Kissing bug.
All right, Duke, I see you standing over there. I think you've got a word of importance for us, right?
Yes, that's right. You pay $18.75. You get $25. That's my idea of an investment, a Rock of Gibraltar investment. Since you're putting your dough in the best stock in the world, the United States of America. More than that, the money invested in Victory bonds is money invested in humanity. Right now, a lot of the money you put in Victory bonds goes for medical equipment. Medical equipment that helps to put our boys back on their feet, whether they're hospitalized in some Pacific island or in a veterans hospital here at home. So, friends, keep buying those Victory bonds. The best way to make sure you buy your share is through the payroll savings plan. If you're not a member, join up. If you are, boost your saving. Remember, they're bonds for your future. Victory bonds for the future of convalescing GIs. Keep buying Victory bonds.
All right, Duke Ellington, thank you. And now here's one that really jumps. It's called just that. It features Taft Jordan at the trumpet, and suddenly it jumps. Well, just about getaway time, and in conclusion, we have Warm Valley featuring Johnny Hodges on alto sax. winds things up for today. It's been the music of Duke Ellington and his orchestra. The Duke and his boys will be back next week to bring you another Victory Bond program presented by the American Broadcasting Company. With the cooperation of the American Federation of Musicians, James C. Petrillo, President. This is Bill Crago speaking. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.